Good morning, everybody. This is Amiran, aka Airman, and Dan. We're presenting to you today from the West Coast, so you can imagine how much time, what time is it here at the moment. So pardon us if we're a little bit sleepy. We're presenting today the workshop called Metasploit 101. This is essentially introduction into Metasploit, and we're using the custom vulnerable machine that we've created to run the labs. So first of all, while we're doing the introductions, the slides work, perfect. While we're doing the introductions, make sure that you firstly and most importantly join the Metasploit 101 workshop channel on the Hackfest Discord. Check as the first message in the channel, there's a link to prerequisites document. If you haven't had a chance to download the VM and register everything you need to make sure everything works, now is probably the last time you'll be able to do that. So that first link on the slide, grab it. That's the link to the prerequisites. Also in the channel and on the slide, the other link is the link to the PDF of the slide. So if you want to follow along, but also use them as reference, because we'll be explaining a lot of the Metasploit commands, etc. So you can use the flags to go back and use them as reference. With that, we'll start with quick introductions. As I said, my name is Amiran. I've been in InfoSec for over 20 years, mostly on the blue teaming side, across multiple industries. And I'm doing application security and just security program management at the moment. The best way to reach out to me probably is on the Discord, but also for the workshop today, we're going to use, as I said, the Metasploit 101-workshop channel in the Hackfest. And then I'm going to switch it to you for your intro. Hope you're still there. Well, maybe not. Okay, I'll do the other intro as well. So Dan has been in IT for a while. He's been InfoSec hobbyist for over 20 years. He's actually doing pen testing professionally right now. So he's been using Metasploit quite a while in his professional life. You can reach him on, you can find him on GitHub and on Discord as well. Just search for Oldro. He should be in the Metasploit channel as well. Again, before we get going, please, you won't be able to do the labs if you don't download the machine. It's 1.7 gigs. If you have not done it yet, now is the last time you can do it. Go check the prerequisites, check the slides, and join back in. Okay, with that, our first topic is that we want to cover is on ethics. Essentially, what we're going to be talking about today is kind of explaining to you how, in a sense, guns work. We're obviously not responsible for anything you do with those guns. So as a general rule, make sure that everything you do is perfectly legal. Rule of thumb is you can test the systems that you own, or you can test the systems that you have authorization to test, and only within the authorized scope. Anything beyond that is likely illegal wherever you are. Respect confidentiality of your customers. So if you do test some system and you do come across data that you shouldn't have access to, don't just grab it, run away with it. With that out of the way, let's dive right into it. So what is Metasploit? And before going there, I'll actually want to quickly cover what this workshop is. We are going to be doing introduction into Metasploit and a little bit of kind of thinking that goes along the way, thinking kind of defensive thinking. This is a hands-on workshop. We don't give you a lot of introduction into Linux, so you should be comfortable with Linux command line. Anything that relates to Metasploit will cover from basically the grounds up from the get-go. So it's not intro into Linux. It's not introduction into 0 days or any latest hacking techniques. We're just going to be using the modules that are already available within Metasploit. We're not going to be talking about writing exploits, and it's not necessarily a step-by-step instruction. So we're going to give you directions. We're going to give you all the right commands and where to look. But ultimately, the labs, it's best if you do them yourself and explore things. And we'll do the walkthrough at the end. But ultimately, the more you learn yourself, the better you'll retain. So what are we covering today? We'll do a quick intro. We'll talk about scanning. We'll talk about exploitation, finding and using exploits. We'll talk quite a lot about Meterpreter, because this is one of the benefits of using Metasploit is their flagship payload. We'll talk about pivoting. To me, pivoting was the core part of the workshop when we initially created it. It's not always covered well, and you don't always encounter it when doing things like hack the box machine or vuln-hub machines, because you don't have that opportunity to kind of compromise one machine and go from there, access other networks. But pivoting is a core functionality within Metasploit, and it's very important in kind of getting all the benefits of the framework. We might talk a little bit about client-side exploits, maybe not, and hopefully by the end of it, you'll be set on the path to learn anything else you might need. Dan, I did intros. Sorry, I probably didn't do a good job.
Oh, it's all good. At least your computer didn't crash.
Yeah, I'm happy about that. All right. So in terms of logistics, ask your questions in the Discord channel. If you see a question that you know the answer to, please help other people. There's only 2 of us. I'm not sure how many people we have joined, but chances are we're not going to be able to answer every single question that comes our way. And yeah, basically use the channel as the main means of communication. Dan, if you can watch the channel while I'm doing the slides, that probably would be great.
Not a problem.
All right. Let's go for it. So what is Metasploit? Metasploit is a penetration testing framework. At the core of it is essentially number of rules that they've created, and this is why they call it framework, but number of rules in patterns that they've created how the modules in Metasploit work. So you basically have a fairly familiar and consistent interface to work with the modules, which could be scanning modules or exploitation modules or privilege escalation modules. And you basically have this easy, common way of interacting with all of those different modules. It basically works as a human API, if you will. So you get that consistent interface. You kind of abstract payloads from exploits. So in a sense, there's number of exploits that it supports. There's number of payloads that it supports, and you can mix and match to a certain degree. So you basically detach the exploitation from the subsequent actions. Version 1 was created back in 2003 by H.D. Moore. It was acquired by Rapid7 in 2009. It's currently at version 6. There's multiple interfaces and additions you can use. The one we're going to be using today is essentially the one that's built into Kali Linux, and it's the core Metasploit framework. It's a command line interface, and the command you run in Kali Linux to open Metasploit is MSF console. But be aware that there's other interfaces to Metasploit. There's web-based ones, there's GUI ones, there's ones that are created by Rapid7 with some additional functionality with regard to exploitation, etc. And there's also the Cobalt Strike, probably one of the most well-known UIs for Metasploit and beyond Metasploit that allows you to kind of do everything we're going to be doing today in a more visual way. But the Metasploit framework itself, that's the core product that essentially has all the modules and has the capabilities that we're going to be exploring today. I think last time I've checked this, maybe 6 months ago, there was 2,100 different exploits and a whole bunch of different payloads. So we're going to be covering a little bit of that, but in terms of the payloads, we'll be focusing mostly on the Meterpreter. So as I said, we're going to be working with Metasploit Framework. Make sure to update your Kali machine on a regular basis. That's how you get the new versions of the framework itself, but also the new versions of the exploits. In addition to the Metasploit commands, so you start Metasploit using MSF console, and you'll basically, once you do that, this is the sample of a screen that you might see. You can start typing Metasploit commands, but even you can type just shell commands within the Metasploit shell, and they're going to be executed as shell commands, things like ls, pwd, cat your local files, and things like that. So it's kind of the Metasploit shell is a combination of the commands that you can run within Metasploit plus shell commands that you can run on local machine. Let's go over some terminology quickly. So vulnerability is a weakness in a system that can be exploited or attacked, usually to perform unauthorized actions. Hopefully all of our actions are authorized. There's different types of vulnerabilities. There's like file uploads, buffer overflows, heap overflows, etc. So essentially, exploit is a piece of code that takes advantage of the vulnerability and to do something that you want on the target system. Payload is code that you want in the end executed using the exploit. So if exploit is remote code execution, at least, the exploit is essentially using the vulnerability to execute the payload. Now, payloads in Metasploit can be quite large, so Meterpreter is like several megabytes in length, and exploits themselves are often limited in terms of how much memory they can use. And so there is this idea of staged payloads, which is essentially when you run the exploit, it will load very small initial stage, and the only purpose of that initial stage is to load the core payload functionality from your attacker box, load it in memory so you can have that functionality later on. So it's basically a two-step process, a way to load larger payloads into the memory using this two-state process. And there's also a concept of listener, which is something, it's actually a module in Metasploit, but it's basically a backend that receives connections from the target, and it does things like serve stagers. When you type in commands in your Metasploit console, it's the listener that's essentially interacting with your payload, that's sending those commands to the payload, receiving the results, and displaying them to you. And pivoting, as I said, it's a core thing that we want to cover today. It's essentially an act of using a compromised machine to access other networks that you don't have direct access to, but the compromised machine does. Some more terminology. So Metasploit Framework consists of modules. Modules can be of different types. There's exploits. There's auxiliary modules provide capabilities to gather information, either scan or information about target machine in general. Post modules are essentially local modules that you can use for privask or local reconnaissance. So once you've ran the exploit, once you have a payload running on the target, now exploring what's on the target and doing things like pivoting, etc. There's also a new module type as of version 5, evasion. basically the idea is it provides some encoding capabilities so that the detection on the endpoints of the payloads and of the modules that you run is more complicated. My personal opinion is they mostly don't work because most of the antivirus companies track Metasploit quite closely in terms of being able to detect the payloads, and so even the evasion modules, that new evasion modules that come up, the detections are being rolled out fairly quickly. There's a special type of module called handler. That's the listener. So you probably will hear me using handler and listener interchangeably. The name of that handler module is exploit/multi/handler. You probably won't need the name because it's usually started automatically when you run the payload, but it does handle that communication with the payload, sends command, sends stages, etc. And the payload is the thing that you run on the target once you've exploited it, and that's what allows you to run those send those commands and explore the machine, download files, and do things like that. We're going to be mainly talking about the Metasploit payload. Meterpreter payload. I'm actually going to talk about that on the next slide. One more thing worth mentioning is this concept of a workspace. So we'll see in just a bit. Metasploit has a database behind that it connects to behind the scenes. It can work without the database, but if you do have the connection to the database, everything that you do and explore through the Metasploit modules will be saved into the database. So for example, if you did a port scan through Metasploit, explored some open ports, all of that information about the host and the ports that were found open will be saved into the database. So later on, you can go back and check what hosts you've scanned, what open ports you found. If you ran some scanners that basically did like a username password enumeration, if you found any credentials, all of that is going to be in the database. So from that perspective, it's kind of automated record keeping that could be useful down the line. So Meterpreter. Meterpreter is the flagship Metasploit payload. This is one of the things that makes Metasploit so great. It supports staged loading. The Meterpreter itself is quite large, so in majority of the cases, you are going to be using staged loading. It supports things like encrypted communication. It supports communication over HTTP or HTTPS as well, or straight up TCP. It has process migration capabilities. Basically, once you exploit that initial process, you can migrate the Metasploit payload into a different process, so the detection is harder on one hand, but also if that initial process crashes because of the exploit, you still have a connection back, and you still have that foot into the target. There's also modules that can be run within Meterpreter, so it's kind of dynamically extensible. It's all mostly seamless to you, but sometimes you will be loading additional modules. This is mostly true, I think, for Windows, because you have things like modules for things like Mimikatz and the likes that are not loaded automatically. But just keep in mind, there's additional things you can load dynamically into the Meterpreter. And it has quite a lot of capabilities. Obviously, you can invoke shells to interact with the target, but there's modules, there's network traffic forwarding. So we'll talk about that when we talk about pivoting. Upload, download files, search for files, etc. And it doesn't touch disk. So when the exploit is executed and the Meterpreter is loaded into the memory, in majority of the cases, it's not going to be written to the disk. Okay, the database. So as I said, the database is an optional component. You can run Metasploit without the database. I would recommend starting the database. And basically anything you do will be populated within that database. there's this concept of workspaces, which allows you to, if you want to, allows you to segregate different engagements into different kind of partitions of the database. So you basically can create a new workspace for a new target or a new engagement, and then your kind of default workspace will not be, so basically all the information that's being collected for a single engagement can be isolated in a single workspace, so that it's easier to reuse, easier to explore later on. I'm not going to explain all of the commands right away. We have a slide, if we get to it, talking about the database commands at the end. But the main one is probably DB status. It'll show you if your Metasploit framework is connected to the database at the moment or not. And workspace command is used to create or switch between the workspaces. So when you start Metasploit, initially you're going to end up in the default workspace. So if you don't create a new workspace, everything you ever do in the Metasploit is going to be saved into that default workspace. And the rest of the commands are used to essentially query the database. So you can list hosts, services that you found, things like files and hash dumps, and vulnerabilities you've exploited, credentials you found, etc. So the database on Kali is not started automatically. At least it wasn't 6 months ago. So when you first use Metasploit, you need to initialize the database. You do that using msfdb init command. And then before you start the Metasploit console, you do msfdb start. And then once you start the console, it's going to connect to the database and start using it. Okay, one more thing before we dive into the actual Metasploit commands. Metasploit also comes with additional command line tools that you can use outside of the Metasploit console or any of the UIs. So the first one is probably the most widely used one. It's called MSF Venom. It's a tool that basically allows you to generate Metasploit payloads outside of the console. It's often used for client-side attacks. So you basically like generate HTA file that you then send to some user. They open it, and that runs the payload, connects back to your machine, that kind of thing. So you can specify all the parameters that you'll need to make that payload work, like where to connect back to, what ports to use, what type of payload, etc. And from command line, you basically generate this file, and they support various different types of the file formats for the output, and you specify all the parameters, and you get the file that you can use as a payload and basically execute somehow outside of Metasploit, but then the connection comes back to your Metasploit console, and you can interact with that payload from your Metasploit console. There's also interactive assembler shell. This could be useful if you're writing your own exploits like stack overflows and whatnot. And also pattern create, pattern offset. That's very useful for, again, static Stack Overflow exploit writing to find offset. It's basically a way to create and search for unique patterns to find the offsets. All of these under Kali are installed in user share Metasploit Framework /tools. They are in your path, so you can just type, if you need to use them, you can just type MSF Venom and go from there. Okay, now I'm going to quickly check if there's any questions, and Dan, feel free to interrupt me as well if there's a question that's worthwhile discussing.
I think most of the questions have just been about setting up the VM at the moment, so I think we're probably okay.
Okay, perfect. One thing I'll mention about that, make sure you register on that CTFD site per the guide, per the setup guide. This is not a CTF, but it's a good way for us to kind of track progress and see how much time we need per lab, that kind of thing, and also see if anybody needs help and is too shy to ask questions. All right. With that, so basics of the basic Metasploit commands. So the first one and the most important one is called use, and that's what allows you to load the module that you want to use. It doesn't run the module from the get-go. It basically allows you to set parameters for that module before you execute the module. So the general workflow for at least the exploitation modules is you'll find the right module, you'll do use and then the module name, and the module name is kind of modular with the slashes, so you'll see that in a bit. So you do use and then the module name. You set parameters, so that set and set G commands, the fourth line, allows you to set parameters for that module. So the parameters will be things like target, target port, your local host IP, basically where to connect back, your local host port, what port to use for that connection, and things like that. There's going to be other parameters as well. We'll go through the most common ones in just a bit. But set and set G will allow you to set parameters after you've done use. The difference between set and set G is G stands for global. So if you just do set and parameter name, parameter value, it will set that parameter for that module only. If you do set G, and this is set G is useful for the target host as an example, it will set that parameter globally, meaning that even if you use a different module later on, that parameter will be preset to that global value. So once you do use module name, you can also, or before you do use module name, you can also do info in module name, and it will give you information about that module. So what it is, what CVEs it exploits, etc. Show options will show you all the different options that this module supports. So what are the things that you can, what are the parameters that you can set? It will also indicate which parameters are required and which are optional. And it will also show you what are the default values for some of those parameters if they have any. So once you do all of that, you do run or exploit. This is basically the same command, and that actually executes the module. And you can do exploit even if it's not an exploit module, is just the name of the command, obviously. So you find the module, you use the module, you review the options, you set all the parameters, you run it. If the execution is successful, you will get a session back. You basically will have an established session with the target host, with the payload that you've set for that module. And you can interact with those sessions using the sessions command. So things like list sessions, interact with the session to open shell or check information about the host, etc., etc. And once you're in a session, you can use, at least the Meterpreter session, you can use background command or back command to. So for the Meterpreter session, you can use background command to kind of exit from that session back to the main Metasploit console prompt. And you can use back command. If you did a use module, you can use back to go back to the kind of the main prompt. Exit the module prompt, go back to the main prompt. Now, this last bit is quite important in terms of your ability to find information and help yourself. So help command provides help about Metasploit commands. So if you don't know how to, or like what commands are available to you, help is helpful. If you know the command, you can do command usually with -H, and it will show you all the options for that specific command. Search is very useful. We'll talk about search in quite a bit of detail after the first lab. So search allows you to find the right modules that will be applicable to your target system. So you can do it by keyword or CVE ID or like version numbers, etc. Info shows you information about the module. So you can either do use module name, and then once you're in the module, do info, and it will display you information about the current module, or you can do info and then the module name from the main Metasploit prompt to check information about that specific module. And show shows information about modules. So we'll cover show later on as well. And keep in mind there's tab completion. So tab completion works for commands. Tab completion works for module parameters. It basically, as in Linux command line, tab completion is a must-have. So if you're stuck, definitely keep in mind those help commands. Help, search, info probably are the main ones, and that's how you get unstuck usually. All right. With that, we are at lab 1, and in lab 1, we're essentially starting all the machines, making sure that the connectivity works, and then just exploring some module, listing exploits, listing payloads, etc. So this is the tasks for lab 1. I think we're gonna do, Dan, we're probably gonna do what, 5 minutes or so, and then do a walkthrough.
Yeah, so we'll give you a chance here to actually do this yourself, and then I'll walk you through the different commands.
So it's about 9:37 Eastern, and we'll be back around 6:42. So if you haven't finished the setup, do that now. If you need to ask for help, do it in the Discord channel, and we'll be back with the walkthrough in 5 minutes. Dan, can you check you can share screen? Yeah.
Yep.
I think it's yours.
Karina is controlling which screen is being shown.
Oh, okay.
So
okay,
you're getting the presentation until it's my turn to share. Thanks for paying attention here, Karine. We're going to keep you on your toes because we go back and forth a couple times.
Your mic is on, by the way, Dan.
Yep, no worries. Is it being kind of loud?
No, but just in case you start swearing.
No, everything's working right now. I don't need to swear. For everyone setting up their VM as well, you're going to want to make a note of what IP address the Gibson actually got there. It's going to make your work here a little bit easier. And if there are any questions setting this up, or if you still have problems with your VM, you got another couple minutes here to ask us.
By the way, you should all see all the labs in CTFD. And so if you think you've done with lab 1, you can mark it as complete. We're at 5 minutes. Everybody post in Discord if you need a little bit more time. If not, I think we're gonna do a walkthrough.
All right, so a little bit worried that I haven't seen anybody put their name up on the scoreboard yet, but we'll go through here. So first thing we want to do, hopefully you've got a screen similar to what I have here with a nice Kali prompt. We want to bring up the database first, so we're going to initialize the database, and that's sudo msfdb init. This will go through, and I've done this one already, so mine's ready to go. And we also want to make sure that the database is actually running. And then we want to bring up the MSF console. So we got this running. We're going to create ourselves a new workspace. We'll call it Hackfest, because why not? And we're going to show all the exploits that we have. And we can see that Metasploit has 1,841 exploits at the moment. And that is always expanding. Check payloads. 73 different payloads. We're going to list the post exploits. Should I be using post or type here rather than just the name, but this works better. We've got 366 different post-exploitation modules. You'll notice that all of the names always start with whatever type of module it is first, then some kind of categorization before you get to the actual name of it. However, when you're trying to use any of these, for instance, if I was trying to use this Android gather subinfo, I can just type use just that little bit there. And it will find it, and it will get me set up for it. All right, are there any questions about this so far? Difference between use and show. Use, if there's only one result, is going to immediately load that module, not just show it. So if I know the one that I'm looking for and I have pretty good idea how long the string is there, or how much of the string I need to type to get just one module, I can just type use and it'll immediately load it. But if I did something like that, sorry, 2,162 modules, exploit modules. Yep.
Close enough.
A lot of modules. And lastly, we're going to check the DB status here. We can see that we are connected. We do have connection to the database. And since I didn't do this at the beginning, I would like to also show that we have, I guess you're probably not going to be able to see this, but my IP address for my Gibson box, my target box, is 10.0.2.4. And I do have connectivity to it right now. So I am ready to go. All right. Any other questions here before we move on? Can you provide the URL? Yes, I can provide the URL.
There was a question, Dan.
Mm-hmm.
So one of the questions we have is a difference between.
Yep, answered that one.
Okay.
Between
you did.
Yep.
Between staged and unstaged.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, sorry, the last part of the lab here. So you can see the different module names. You have Linux x64 Meterpreter reverse TCP. You have /reverse HTTP. And then you have one further down that's Meterpreter _ reverse TCP. Now the difference between the slash and the underscore is the underscore is an unstaged payload, meaning that the entire payload is in that whatever you produce with the executable, or whatever you produce with either MSF Venom or when you're executing an exploit. It's going to be a much larger upload initially, but it won't need to download any kind of staging afterwards to get it going. With the Meterpreter /reverse TCP or / whatever transport you're using, it will actually only load a very small, less than a kilobyte of data to load the rest of the module. So if you have a limit to how much data you can actually upload or how much shellcode you can upload, the staged payload is always going to be the better option. Unknown command. Ale, you have copied and pasted your entire command prompt into there. So try just the DB_ status. Remember that this prompt will actually change as we go through the different modules. So it'll always show which module we're currently on. Now, if you have gone through this already, can you make sure that you're on CTFD and you have put the, you have marked the flag as complete? I see 4 people have gone through so far. That's perfect. That's going to help us keep track of how far and how fast we're going here. And again, that's just at this address here. hackfest.ctf.dc604.ca.
We've got 5 people, yes.
Where do you find the flag? There is no flag for this one. You just have to go to the challenge.
The flag is in the challenge description. There's going to be flags down the road.
Yeah. We don't work very hard at hiding these flags. Don't worry.
Okay, Couple of more minutes, and we're gonna make sure you've marked the lab as complete. So if you go for this one, if you go into the challenges and open lab 1, there's only one challenge in there, and it gives you the flag name right in the challenge. So just mark lab 1 as complete, basically. Yes, we've got 7 people. Okay, are we ready? No more questions?
Going once, going twice. All right, Green, can you switch our presentation back? Thank you.
Okay, so I think we've talked about all of this. So the module names, we talked about that they're kind of separated by slashes. There's module type. So they're basically different components talk about different things. So there's module type of the scanner for auxiliary, type of the service, name of the module itself, and exploits, they go by OS first, and then service that they exploit, or a product or software that they exploit, and then name of the module, etc. And we've talked about the differences between staged and unstaged. Okay. Here we go. So first thing we're going to do is scan our vulnerable machine. There's multiple ways of doing that. Firstly, Metasploit can import scan results from other tools. And so what you do in that case, you can scan the host outside of Metasploit using, for example, nmap. And then there's a command called db import, and it will import the scan results into the Metasploit if you care about having those results in the database at all. Or you can run db_nmap right from Metasploit, and that actually does all of those steps automatically. So you can provide the same flags to db_nmap that you would to nmap, and it will run the nmap with those flags and then import the results into the database. There's also scanning modules within, like native modules within Metasploit. So you can search for port scan for port scanning. So an example of a port scan will be this auxiliary module scanner /port scan /TCP. There's other scanning modules as well, not just the port scans. You can, and to explore them, you can search for scanner or _login, and that basically checks a specific user ID and password combination if you can log into some service. And there's also enum, which tries to enumerate either users or enumerate usernames and passwords as well. So you can search for those to explore additional scanners. All right. This is just showing all the different formats that db import supports. Again, this is to import this scan results of the scans that happened outside of Metasploit into the Metasploit database. There's a lot of them. I've never used anything apart from nmap, and even in nmap, I don't think I ever used actually db import command. Like if you need nmap results in Metasploit, you just do db_nmap. So again, the way you use scanner modules, the flow is very similar to what we went through already. So you find the right module, you issue use module name command, then you do show options to check what parameters you need to set, and then you do set parameter name, parameter value, all with spaces, no equal signs. and then you do run. An example would be the port scan. So we've loaded the module. Options or show options shows us what parameters we can set. So things like concurrency, delay, jitter, etc., etc. And then the rhosts parameter is required. So you can see it in this column, in the required column, and it doesn't have any value, obviously, by default. So you need to set rhosts to be the target IP address of our vulnerable VM, and then run, and then you see results of that scan. So that's what we're going to do for lab 2. So port scan the VM, identify all the versions of all the active services, check available scanner modules, use those search scanner command to see if you find anything interesting. So do a little bit of exploration if you have time left. And a couple hints here: the port scan, the Metasploit port scan module can be slow. If you use it, definitely adjust that concurrency parameter to be something like 100, maybe like a couple hundred. If not, you can use db nmap and set whatever, like -T5 or the min rate, and use that to port scan. This should be fairly quick. I'm going to set a timer for 5 minutes, and we'll check back afterwards. So in lab 2, there's more flags in the challenges. So in lab 2, so open ports, there's a service, there's a Tomcat service that's on one of the open ports. So one of the flags is the version of the Tomcat, and then just mark lab 2 as completed. So there's three challenges in lab 2 in CTFD.
I suppose it works better when our mics are turned on. Airman, you too. So we've been talking for the last minute here without anyone hearing us. That's fantastic.
All right.
Sorry, guys. So there was a question in chat. Sorry. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say a hint for open ports challenge, or the answer to the open ports challenge, is there's more than one open port. Go find it.
So there was a question in chat here about the difference between DB Nmap and port scan TCP. DB Nmap will actually launch the external tool Nmap, which usually exists on most pen testing installations. and then it will take the results and put that into the database for Metasploit. It does not, however, use something called Metasploit routing, which we haven't touched on yet, but we will talk about in just a moment here. Port scan TCP goes slower typically than Nmap, but it will actually use Metasploit's routing, which makes it a lot more powerful when you are going through pivots and things like that. Just looking at CTFD here, it looks like at least one person's jumped ahead to lab 3. That's actually good to see.
And somebody's scanning the wrong host, finding port 135. There's no port 135 on the vulnerable VM. Check your IP address.
If you're finding port 135, you're probably scanning your host computer, not your own computer. Or not the target computer, rather.
All right, our timer is up.
All right, so again, on my VM, the IP address I'm getting for Gibson is 10.024. So the first thing I'm going to do, bring up Nmap. We're going to not bother pinging this. That's what that means. We're going to use TCP connect because we're not running as root right now, so the SYN connect is not going to work. We're going to scan all ports, and we're going to make sure that this doesn't take forever by making sure that it tries 10,000 attempts every second. And then we'll give it the target IP. And in about 6 or 7 seconds here, this should finish. Ten seconds, 20 seconds. There we go. And we found our 2 open ports here. So we have 8080 and we have 49009. And we'll, I don't know, Amiran, should we just use the Nmap for version identification?
Sure, yeah, I think so.
All right. So again, we're going to open up Nmap. We're not going to bother pinging. We're going to use TCP. This time, we're only going to target ports 8080 and 49009. And if I was smart, I would actually do SV, which is the version, not TCP. And then again, give it the target IP address. So DB Nmap, don't bother pinging it. Look for the version on these 2 ports of this IP. And we see here that we have Apache Tomcat 8.521, and we have a Java RMI exposed here. I think that was all we needed for the flags. Yeah.
Yeah. Can you run also the same command, but with scripts to show that RMI, there's what's running in that RMI?
Which
tech SC with scripts, yeah.
Is that a separate command or just that?
It doesn't matter.
Right.
Both work.
So we'll run it one more time.
Yep. What I meant is you can do that, and you can also do both version and scripts.
Okay.
What?
Well, that's a bit of a surprise.
I'm pretty sure it used to work. Try both the version and the scripts. Because didn't it? It did detect that it's Java RMI, right?
Yes, it did.
Maybe when you don't detect that, scripts don't know that they need to run. That's what I'm thinking.
It's taking longer this time, at least.
If you need help to finish the lab, post your questions in Discord. We're going to do a couple more minutes and we're going to continue.
There we go. Okay, so we have Java RMI. The command that we use is here. You need both the -sv and -sc in there to show the proper information that we're looking for. And what we have here is a JMX RMI. And I'll copy and paste this into Discord just so everyone can see here. So -v, V is in Victor. That will do version checking. So that's what it checks to see what kind of thing is running on that port. That's what showed us with the version of Tomcat. -sc, C is in Charlie. That will run the Nmap scripts on it as well, which gives you more information, or sometimes can even show you login information or anything else that Nmap might have in its custom scripts. We're not going to go too much further into Nmap this time around, but if you ever get a chance, the Nmap scripts have a lot of useful information in them. And I'm going to do this quickly on port scan as well, just so you can see. But I'm not going to do the full port range because that will actually take quite a while on this module. But we can see here, set that. We can set the ports to 8080 and 49009. We'll set the R host to the proper IP address, not what I have on my clipboard. And then we can try running this. And you can see that it did report that both of these ports are open. Excuse me, that both ports are open here. And as Amiran mentioned earlier, there is a concurrency option here. By default, it's only set to 10, meaning that it's only going to try 10 ports at a time per target. Obviously, that would take quite a long time to do if you're scanning all 65,000 ports. So if you are ever using port scan TCP to scan in all IPs on a host, turn this way up. All right, I would say about half of the people participating right now have put the flags in. Are there any issues with the other people who haven't put the flags in yet?
Dan, somebody's having a weird issue. The DB status showing that the connection is fine, but DB nmap says database not connected. Have you ever seen anything like that?
Only when there's been a large number of hosts that I've been scanning and you exhaust the Postgres connections. And I doubt we're doing that since we're only scanning the one host. Okay. Yeah, if you initiated the database in a separate terminal window after launching MSF console likely won't be connecting properly. You can try closing MSF console and reopening it, and that should get you the connection that you're looking for. And if you do want to make sure, you can just exit. Again, sudo msf db init. Make sure that it is already started, already working. Do start again, just to double check that it is going. And then reopen the console, and it should work there.
All right, we've got a number of people who've completed lab 2. If you're still on your way there, if you've got questions, post in Discord. But we're gonna continue with the presentation. There we go. Okay, so exploitation. I mean, at the core, this works the same as the scanners. So there's a bunch of exploitation modules. You find the right one, you load it up, you set parameters, you exploit, you're done. Or maybe not you're done, but you interact with the payload, you do pivoting, you do whatever you need to do. So that's kind of at the core, the workflow is the same. So what's important in that process is finding the right exploit, obviously. There's different ways to approach this. In Kali, there's a tool, a command line tool, searchsploit, which allows you to search exploit DB. You can use that. It will, in the search results, if the name of the exploit contains Metasploit in brackets, or in parentheses, it means that it's a Metasploit exploit. In a lot of cases, it's going to be part of the Metasploit framework already. Sometimes there's custom Metasploit modules in the exploit DB that are not part of the core Metasploit framework. So you basically need to download it, load it separately, and use it that way. What we're going to explore today is searching within Metasploit. So in Metasploit, we're going to use search command. I'm going to show a little bit more about the search in just a bit, but in simple terms, you do search and then you can search by keywords. So if you're looking, as we found, the Tomcat service, if you're looking for exploits that affect Tomcat, you will do search Tomcat, and often you will add the version number as well so that you don't get 100 irrelevant results. Now, once you do that, you would want to, at least if you narrow down to like a handful of modules that you want to try, it's useful to check information about those modules. So the information about the modules will contain the name of the module, the category, and the description. And description will basically say what that module does. And the category is more or less like what type of service this module is applicable to. So in this case, the example I have here, exploit is the type of module. It's an exploit module. Multi means that it is applicable to multiple architectures, multiple operating systems. HTTP is the service category, and then this is the name of the module itself. The next interesting thing to check is the disclosure date that basically shows you gives you an understanding of like how fresh that module is. So if you know that your target is relatively fresh or is being updated on a regular schedule, then the disclosure date will be an important part of your search, so you can narrow down, like, you don't even check out really old modules. And the last important thing to check is the rank. The rank basically, so with exploit modules, in a lot of cases, those modules will work, will be kind of iffy in the sense that they won't always work, and the rank is a way for the authors of the exploit to give you an indication of how reliable that exploit is. And so these are the ranks that are defined. What you're looking for ideally is either excellent or great, and anything below that, there's high chance that it's probably not going to work. Good might be okay too. So excellent means it's reliable. It will never crash the service. That's important information as well. It usually doesn't involve memory corruption, which is kind of interrelated with never crash the service. So typical exploit types for that are excellent would be SQL injection, command injection, remote file inclusion, local file inclusion, things like that. So things that don't usually include like heap exploits or stack overflows, etc., because those have a higher chance of crashing services that they try to exploit. And then it goes from there, it goes all the way to manual. Manual meaning it's very unreliable. If it works, it's a miracle, essentially. So in majority of the cases, you probably shouldn't be looking at manual exploits unless you've exhausted all of your other options. So the higher the rank, the more reliable the exploit, and you should be looking at the exploits and at the options that have higher rank generally before you look at the exploits with the lower rank. So when you check with using the example of that WordPress Ninja Forms unauthenticated file upload, so if you do info on that module, so we've got the name here, the full name here, and then the rank excellent, disclosure date, and the description down below, which usually will give you the versions of the target software that this exploit is applicable to. So these are the main things. Then info also will give you who wrote the exploit, information about the platform, available targets that sometimes is interesting too. So in some cases, at least for like lower ranked exploits, you need to manually set the target. Sometimes the exploits can detect the target automatically. So basically, exploit might be targeting, it could be like different versions of the target software or different architectures and things like that. So that's what the target parameter is. And then gives you an idea of the options for that exploit. So how do we find the exploit? So at the core, we're using search command and looking for the name of the software, and often you'll include the version of the software as well, at least the major dot minor type version. You can also add search modifiers to the search command, and you do that by using the modifier semicolon. So, and the modifiers can be CVE to search by specific CVE ID, EDB to search by specific exploit DB ID, date, and you can use abbreviated, like if you want exploits created in 2018, you can use date semicolon 2018. And then type, if you want to add like the module type, because search will search through all the modules, not just the exploit modules. And if you're getting a lot of the like scanners or post-exploitation results and you want to filter them out, you can use type to do that. You can filter by rank, platform, name. You usually won't use name, you just will use keyword search. But so these modifiers allow you to, so generally what I do is I search for the software name. If it's too much, I cannot go through all of them. I'll add a version number, or at least start adding the version number. So for example, for Apache, I'll start with like 2.4, and then I might, if it's still too much, I'll add the last version, like 2.4 point something at the end. And then if it's too much, again, you will try to narrow it down using these search modifiers. So that's general approach for searching for the right exploit. Now, running the exploit, you will, as we've talked about, you will do use the module name. Generally, you will want to do at least show options, possibly info to just understand what the exploit does, but show options to definitely check what parameters that the module expects, and so that you set all the required parameters before running it. Common parameters for the exploit modules. The most important one, and that's going to be present in the majority of them, is going to be our hosts and our port. That's the target host IP or host name and the port number. You can see that it's the host is plural. You can specify multiple IPs or host names in there using comma. This actually is relatively, I don't want to say it's new. I think it was new in like version 5, so it's been a couple of years now. But previously, you could only specify a single host for the exploit. Now you can specify multiple hosts and run across multiple machines at the same time. URI path and target URI. So if it's an exploit against a web service, they will often include this parameter. And that's, so imagine like you're trying to exploit WordPress, and WordPress is installed under like site name / WordPress, not at the root of the website. You will specify that /WordPress as URI path or target URI. So it basically allows you to target web exploits based on that URI path. lhost and lport. That's the host number and the host IP or name, usually IP, and the port number to use on your local attacker machine to receive connections back. So your machine might have multiple IP addresses. You might want to use, so it might be behind some sort of net device, and you might have a port forwarded, so you wouldn't use your like private IP. You can specify a public IP. So that's IP that should be accessible from your target machine, so it can connect back to your attacker machine. You can also specify interface name, and this is very useful. So, for example, if you do one of the Hack the Box machines, you'll connect over the VPN to their network. You'll run Metasploit console, and you can do then set lhost ton0, which will be your VPN interface, and it will automatically pick up the IP address on that interface to use for those reverse connections. So you don't need to go back and check if config or things like that. You're basically, you know the interface name. You don't care what dynamic IP it gives you. Just specify the name, and it's all good. Then there's SRV host and SRV port. This is, again, the IP address and the port number on your attacker machine. Sometimes the exploits require you to host additional components that the exploit uses as part of the exploitation. And so SRV host, SRV port tells Metasploit where to run that service that serves those additional components. Generally, L-port and SRV port should be different, so the connection from the payload back to your machine is going to be different from that serving additional components for the exploit. As I mentioned, setg is a useful thing. So often you would do that on our hosts, lhost, lport. So you don't want to be doing that every time you use a new module. So you do setg once and then reuse it across multiple modules as you kind of try different things. And the payload parameter sets the payload for that exploit. Majority of the exploits will support Meterpreter. That's not always the case. Sometimes shell is the only one that they will support, but you can do show and possible payloads for a specific exploit is not shown in show options. So you can do show payloads once you've loaded a specific module to see what payloads it supports and pick the right one. If the payload, if the exploit supports Meterpreter, it will be selected by default. So you don't need to set the payload. Only if you want to tweak that payload to better fit your needs, you can do that. But by default, it's it's trying to set the most appropriate one for that. Okay, I think I've covered most of the stuff here. I just wanted to visually go again through some of those parameters, at least the ones that you'll encounter the most often. So if you think about how those exploitation modules work, so your Metasploit machine, your attacker machine is on the left here, your target is on the right here. That exploit will connect to the target service. So this number 1 here, you need to specify our hosts, our port, where to connect to. And if it's a web service, sometimes target URI. Then this part is optional. Not all the exploits will have these parameters or will have this additional connection. But if the exploit requires additional components to work, those components will be served on SRV host as the IP address, SRV port, and URI path. Usually those things are served through a web service. URI path, in majority of the cases, you don't need to specify, it's generated automatically randomly, but if you're picky about that, you can also manually set it. So this is optional. This is for those additional components. And again, SRV host, and this is true for both SRV host and L host, that IP address should be reachable from your target. So think about that if there's any sort of netting devices, or if you're like doing pivoting and the connection back comes through some different networks. So the IP address should be accessible from the target. The target should be able to connect back to your attacker machine using that IP address. And the last connection is if the exploit is successful and the payload connects back to your handler, that's the connection number 3, and that connection happens on L host as the IP address and L port as the port number. So L port, default port that the Metasploit uses is 4444. If you want to be sneaky, it's generally a good idea to set it to 80 or 443 or 8080. Though keep in mind, if it's less than 1024, you will need root permissions to open that port on your attacker machine. So I'm going to pause for just a sec to see if there's any questions about this. And I don't see any questions. So if you do have questions, shout them out in the Discord. So the parameters that I've reviewed on the previous slide, those are the most frequently used. You can also encounter additional ones. There can be username, password, or user as pass and blank passwords. That's so modules that scan for or brute force username and passwords will use these parameters. So username, password, usually if you want to check one specific set of credentials. User as pass controls whether to try to use username as password when doing enumeration, and blank passwords, basically it's a flag that says whether to try empty password or not. User pass file, user file, and pass file, again, the same type of modules where you try to brute force credentials. User pass file is a single file that specifies username, semicolon, password, and the scanner will go through all of those combinations and try them. Or you can specify two separate files, user file and pass file, and in that case, the module will try every password in the pass file with every username in the user file. So all the combinations between the two, whereas the user pass file, just specific username and passwords. DB all creds, DB all pass, DB all users, that's for database scanning. Again, for the same user enumeration modules, you can generally specify or see the flag saying stop on success. That's a true-false parameter that you can set to true, in which case the module will stop as soon as it finds the first set of valid credentials. If you don't set that flag, and I don't think it's set by default, it will try to go through your whole provided users and passwords and just show you, basically do the full enumeration. So target, we won't use it today, but sometimes it's good to check. There might be multiple targets, and you might need to show target, especially for the exploits that are ranked less than excellent. And if you want to see advanced options, sometimes it's useful if for whatever reason the exploit doesn't work, you can do show advanced, and it will show you the advanced parameters for that module that you're in. Last thing here is the check command. Some modules, exploit modules, support that, meaning that you can actually, before you run the exploit, you can check whether there's a good chance that the exploit will work. It's kind of optional, but all the excellent exploits will support check, and you can use that to sort of like verify, do a sanity check if the exploit is going to work. So payloads. You can, we've talked about show payloads. So if you load a specific module, you can do show payloads to list all the payloads that are supported by that module. Payloads also have this modular name. First comes the platform. So it can be Linux, Windows, OS X, Java, Python, etc. Then the action, in majority of the cases, if the module supports it, you will want to use the Meterpreter payload. But there's also, sometimes Meterpreter is not supported, so you can try shell or exec, which executes a single command, or add user, read file, things like that. The next, you will have the parameters, usually in the name, parameters for the connection. So it can be bind if this subsequent connection is also made from your attacker machine to the target. And generally, you will have reverse shells or reverse connections back to your attacker machine. And you can also control, at least with the Metropolita payloads, whether you want to use straight up TCP or HTTP, and whether you want to encrypt that connection as well. And we've talked about the staged versus non-staged. If you remember, if there is a slash for Meterpreter, if there is a slash between Meterpreter and reverse, whatever, TCP generally, it means it's a staged payload, and that's, in majority of the cases, that's the one that you want to use. But there's also Meterpreter underscore reversed TCP, and that's going to be non-staged. Basically, it'll try to send the whole payload in the initial as part of the initial exploit. So once you've picked the exploit, you did use exploit name, you've set all the parameters, then you use run command to run it. There's a couple of flags that if you want to use them, -G will make that exploit run as a background job. So you basically don't wait till that exploit completes. You can do other things in Metasploit console. And generally, if you run the exploit and it gives you a session back, you start. It puts you into the Metasploit command prompt or Meterpreter command prompt right away to interact with that session. If you don't want to do that, if you want to just keep that session in the background and do something else, you can do the -Z, and that will basically just run the exploit, get the session, but won't put you in the Meterpreter command prompt right away. Just a screenshot. So lab 3. So we've done the port scans. We know some of the services that are running there based on that information that we already found. So we know that there's a Tomcat. We know the version of the Tomcat. We also know that there's a JMX running on that 49009. So based on that information, search and try to find the exploit to use on that host. Set the parameters, run the exploit, and try to get a session, essentially. And the last one is just explore what payloads are supported by the exploit that you find. So we'll do maybe 10 minutes for this one, and be back with the walkthrough.
Do we want to do 10 or 20 on this one?
Let's start with 10 and see how we go.
And again, if anybody needs some help, just put the questions in Discord or on YouTube, and we will respond.
All right, Dan, we're 10 minutes in. Do we want to wait a bit more or start the walkthrough?
Well, considering the only questions in chat right now are about Lab 5, I think we're probably okay to move on.
There's only one person asking about Lab 5. Come
on. Yeah, I think we're probably good to move on. If anybody has any problems with this, this is the time to tell us. Going once, going twice. All right, we're going to move forward on this one then. So, as we saw earlier, the ports that we have open are ports 8080, which has a Tomcat instance running on it. And the other one is a JMX RMI on port 49009. So for Tomcat, if we do a quick search for Tomcat in Metasploit, we've actually got a fair number of possible modules here. Didn't cover search exploit in this, did we? Okay. However, the one that we're going to look at here is, if I can find it, this is the one we're looking for. So this is the auxiliary module, scanner, HTTP, Tomcat, MGR, manager, login. And we got a few different options here. First of all, we're going to set that R host to the IP address, and this might be different for you, but for me it is 10.0.2.4. And the defaults here, I believe, are all going to be correct, so we don't actually need to change anything else. But what this module is doing, if we type info, here. Excuse me. So what this module does is look for some default usernames and logins to log into Tomcat, because there's a set of about 20 different logins that are very popular with Tomcat installations.
Dan, there's a question in Discord. Why did you search for this particular module, although there are loads for Tomcat?
I'm cheating, and I know what the answer is. That's basically the answer. Otherwise, you can try going through and finding it. There's no requirement for version. The only reason I'm using this one is because it's Tomcat. It's very popular to have default credentials on a Tomcat admin installation. So even if,
so this, sorry.
Yeah, no, go for it.
I was going to say, so some of the exploits will be for a particular version of software. Some of the exploits will be for a particular configuration of the software, regardless of the version. So if I'm looking at the right one. So basically with Tomcat, and you can, by the way, search for the specific version of Tomcat, and there's an exploit that targets that specific version that works. But there's also, every Tomcat installation by default comes with this manager application that allows you to remotely deploy applications and like shut them down, manage them, restart the service and things like that. And so what this module does is it interacts with that management application and tries to guess passwords, essentially. And so regardless of the Tomcat version, that management application is going to be there. So that's a good target to try to figure out.
Yeah, configuration problems are always an issue. If you've ever done pen testing, or if you've ever just done system administration, default credentials are a terrible problem. They're all over the place. So we'll go here. Again, Metasploit has some built-in usernames and passwords that it's going to try. And if we just run this, All of them failed except for this guy right here. So we do have a default username and password of J2Deployer. Now, we can log in now, but we still want to be able to upload something kind of easily here. So what we're going to do is use another module. This is Tomcat MGR upload. And this kind of works hand in hand. And once you have a username and credential for Tomcat, you can get into it by uploading some code.
So the first one was basically a brute force scanner trying to guess the usernames and passwords. And we've used default set that comes with Metasploit, but you can, like when you do show options, there's options of that, like user file and user pass, the ones that I walked through, that you can change if you want to use different dictionaries.
Exactly. So again, we look at the info for this module, and this module can be used to execute payloads on Tomcat servers with an exposed manager application, and that is what we found. So this is going to take care of all the nitty-gritty of going through and creating the archive, creating the backdoor, the reverse shell, and whatever else. So for this, we look at the options. We can see that the local host is my local host here. So that's going to be wrong because that's actually on my local network. No, wait, that's right. Sorry. So lhost here is correct. We're not going to change that. It is for me anyway. If you need to change it, just set lhost. And again, this is your Kali machine that you're setting here. This is the IP address that your reverse shell is going to connect back to after we upload it. The other option we need to set is our host. This is our target machine. So this is the one that has Tomcat running on it. Gibson IP address, and for me, that's 10.0.2.4. And then lastly, we need to set the HTTP password and username. And we know from that scanner module that the HTTP username is, sorry, J2 developer, J2 deployer. Deployer. So username, J2 deployer. Password, also J2 deployer. And that gives us options like this. Now you'll notice the default payload for this is Java Meterpreter reverse TCP. Since we're not going to be in any hostile environment or anything like that, we don't really need to hide this at all. But if we wanted to make this blend in a little bit more, we could change that to reverse HTTP, HTTPS. We can change the local port from 444, which every security analyst should know is the Metasploit's default port. Once we have that all set, we're going to run this. No, we're not. We're going to set the remote port as well, because remember that this was on port 8080. Almost forgot that. That would have been silly. So again, HTTP password, J2 deployer, HTTP username, J2 deployer. Our hosts is whatever your Gibson IP address is. Our port is that port that we found for Tomcat, which was 8080. And everything else can stay the same. So now we're going to run this. And we notice that we already have an issue here. Now, a lot of these modules will do checks to see if they're going to be working or not. And sometimes they fail when they probably would succeed anyway. We can see here that it's looking for a particular string in the response, and it's not there. But if we know that it should be working regardless, we can actually do this set fingerprint check to false, and that will disable this check and run the exploit regardless of what it actually detects. So now that we have that fingerprint check set to false, we can run this. And there we go. We get our very first Meterpreter session. That's always a great thing to see on a pen test. And we can take a look at the processes on here. Nothing that we can see right now. We can take a look at the folder that we landed in. Some people here might be noticing a certain file there that kind of stands out. So I'm going to pause here just for a second. Does anybody have any questions, or is everybody up to here? Well, I'm going to assume everyone's good with this one. So there are two other exploits that we can do here, and we'll run through both of them pretty quick. There we go. So I'm going to close. No, I'm not going to close this. I'm going to background this for right now, and we're going to go through these commands in just a little bit here. But there's another module here that should work called the Tomcat JSP upload bypass. And if we look at the info for this one, we can see that it actually targets a specific CVE number. We could even look this up. Or not. Oh, no, I can't look it up through there. But you can take a look this up on your own. And if you did a search on Google, you probably would have seen this for this version of Tomcat. But if you do look this up, it says that this version of Tomcat that we're running, what was the version number again? 8.5.21 should be vulnerable to this JSP upload bypass. And if we look at our options again, lhost is set to by default, lport is good. All we really have to do is set the rhost and the rport. We don't even need a username and password on this one. So we set the rhost to our target IP. In this case, rport is already correct, so I don't need to change that. And I can run this, payload executed. And if we're lucky, we get a command shell. So this is the same as sitting at a Linux prompt. Now, you may notice there's a difference between this and the other one. We only got a Meterpreter session here. We did not get a full Meterpreter. Sorry, we only got a shell session, not a full Meterpreter. You can see I left my payload as shell reverse TCP. Now, if I exit out of here, I'm going to lose my command shell. But I can actually set my payload to use Linux, right? This one would work with Meterpreter Linux, right? Amiran?
I don't think so.
No? Okay. Well,
but you can do show payloads. See what lists there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, we don't get any special Meterpreter just yet. But I'm going to actually run this anyway. I'm going to leave that shell session open. Again, it's there. And if I do a Control Z, that will background the session. And that'll be sitting there for the next section that we're about to go through. The last one that we can do is that RMI JMX?
JMX, yeah.
Yeah. And if we look up JMX, again, there's a few different ones. The one that we're going to look for is this guy here. So this is, I believe all the defaults work for this one as well. We just need to set the rhost, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
Yeah. So again, remember we had our host is our target, 10.0.2.4, for me anyway. For you, it might be different. We're going to set the R port to 49.0.0.9. No, I am on the wrong payload right now, the wrong exploit. We want to make sure we're actually using the right one. So I was using Tomcat, and the wrong things were coming up here. There we go. Okay, so we're going to set our host 10.0.2.4. Again, that IP might be different for you. We're going to set the R port to 49.0.0.9. And I think that's all we're going to need to do. We may need to set server host in a moment here, but we'll try to see if this works without it. There we go. And we've got our next Meterpreter session. So again, we can see who we are. And without going too much forward here, we can see we have 3 different sessions, each opened with a different exploit on this target. All right, do we have any questions about these? Looking at the scoreboard, I see a few people have gotten past this. We still have a few people back on flags 1 and 2.
Can you guys post in Discord if you need a little bit more time for the lab, or just take a 5-minute break?
All right, guys.
Anybody needs a break? Or a bit more time for the lab 3?
Will the challenges be available in a couple of days? Well, you can download the VM and you can do them at your own pace. You actually don't need to be online. Slides are also downloadable. If you check the pin in Discord, there's a link to the entire stack there.
Okay, let's take a 5-minute break.
Yep.
And we'll be back with slides.
Sounds good. See you guys in 5 minutes. Oh, sorry. We had one YouTube question here. Your IP is different because you haven't specified your L host. I'm not quite certain what you're referring to, but my local IP is this IP here, 10.0, sorry, no. My local IP is this IP. Now this is the IP address of my Kali machine, not my target. This is the IP address that I want Meterpreter to connect back to after I upload it. So that's why that's specified as lhost. Does that kind of answer your question, or was there something else? You see a 172 IP address. That'll depend on whether or not you have multiple interfaces on your Kali machine. So check to make sure that you have a IP address. Oh, do I? Huh.
172 is the IP address within the vulnerable VM.
Yeah, so this is what the Meterpreter is reporting on the other side. So we might see 10.0.2.4, but inside that, it might be a different address. It could be port forwarded to some other machine. It could be a Docker container. It could be a Docker container. It could be a Docker container. But this is what is being seen inside of the machine, not outside. So in just a little bit, that will become a little bit more relevant, but we're going to finish up our, well, I guess it's a 2-minute break at this point, and I'm going to go get a drink. Oh, other screen. Thank you.
All right. So we're getting to the fun part. By the way, if anybody still needs help, Dan's going to be on Discord. We'll help you out. But we're getting into interacting with Meterpreter. If I can get my slides to change. There we go. So working with Meterpreter sessions. So hopefully most of you will have a Meterpreter session by now, or some session at least. And we're going to be learning how to work with them. So the core command to work with Meterpreter sessions is sessions and it has multiple flags with tech L sessions lists all of your active sessions. With tech I and the number, so every Meterpreter or every session that you have, every open session will have a number. So if you do sessions tech I number, you will start interacting with the sessions. Tech K with the number kills a specific session, and capital K kills all the sessions. Also, you saw one of the exploits, I can't remember which one it was. I think it's the JSP upload one. Didn't give us Meterpreter session, so it's not compatible with that payload for whatever reason. But any shell session you can actually upgrade to full Meterpreter session using sessions tech U and the session number. It will keep the original session as is, the shell session, simple one, but it will execute commands to open a new session that it's going to be a Meterpreter session. So that's a good way. If you even if the payload doesn't support Meterpreter, you can still upgrade to Meterpreter session and go from there. Okay. So basic commands. When you interact with a session, an important command is background or BG that basically takes you out of that session so you can do other things in Metasploit. You can also exit, and that basically terminates the session. If you're in the session and you, let's say you're in Meterpreter session and you issued shell command, we'll talk about that, by the way, in just a bit, and you end up in a shell, you can do exit there to go back to Meterpreter itself. With Meterpreter sessions, you can do migrate. We've talked a little bit about that. So initially, when you exploit some service, that payload will be running as part of the process of that service, and you can migrate it to a different process if you want to either avoid detection or just concerned that the service can crash, so you lose your session, to kind of make it more resilient. Other useful commands, sysinfo. All of these are for Meterpreter sessions. So sysinfo shows you system information about the target. So things like host name, operating system version, what basically where you are. Get UID will show you which user ID your session is running under. You can use commands that are similar to Linux commands to walk around the target. So basically cd for change directory, copy files, list files, move files, create directories, check current directory, and things like that. You can also do cat and search. So cat basically will, you do cat and then the path to your file name on the target, and it will display the contents of that file. You can edit files, in which case Metasploit essentially downloads the file, allows you to edit it locally, and then once you're done, it will upload the file back to where it was on the target. And you can search for files. So we'll cover search in just a bit, but basically this is like a built-in find command that's part of the Meterpreter session. So you don't, any of these are using Meterpreter itself, like there's no reliance virtually to any of the operating system commands. And also these work regardless of whether your target is Linux or Windows or anything else. So these commands work the same way for all the different platforms. You can upload and download files with upload-download commands. You can run ifconfig. Again, this is ifconfig. It's not an OS command, so it's going to be ifconfig even if it's a Windows session, and it will display information about network interfaces, IP addresses on those interfaces, etc. Also ps to list processes and do things like pgrep and pkill to kind of search processes for specific string or kill processes. Shell invokes an interactive shell from Meterpreter session. So it basically creates a new, what they call channel. You might have multiple kind of channels of communication between your attacker machine and the Meterpreter session. So shell creates a new channel, executes the shell. You can issue commands. You can exit that shell, but the Meterpreter session still stays connected, doesn't drop. And you can just execute any commands on the host without an interactive shell, and that's using execute command. Help command is available, so there's more commands that Meterpreter supports, and you can list all of them using help. Essentially, there's a lot of things you can do just within the Meterpreter without issuing, without dropping into the interactive shell to check out information about the host that you're connected to. So that's just basically as an example screenshot. So you, when you execute exploit, unless you do run-z, the exploit succeeded, you will end up in the session. But if you go back from that session and you want to like return to interact with the session again, you do -i and the session ID. And this is essentially what it looks like. Sysinfo, as I said, gives you like IP address or host name, operating system architecture, and the type of session that you have. Okay, some more commands. All of these will have -h flag that will show you information about all the different flags that they support. So I'll talk a little bit about the search. So search, and we're going to use that in the next lab. Search allows you to search for files on the target, and you can use it with -f flag and provide it with a pattern for the file name to search for. So that can include things like star and question mark. So it's basically a glob pattern. And it searches the whole hard drive of the target to find any files that match, whose name matches that pattern. Cat displays the file, so you provide a path to the file on the target. Get systems sometimes can be useful on Windows machines, so this is only supported on Windows. And you already need to have admin rights on the target, so it's not privilege escalation from regular user to admin. But if you do have admin permissions, this will try different techniques to get system on the target machine. So remember when we talked about that Meterpreter has capability to dynamically load extensions to its capabilities. So that's done through load command. We're not going to do that today, but you can check out what additional modules are enabled. Most notably on Windows, you can load things like Mimikatz and use Mimikatz related commands in Meterpreter as well. And another one that's specific to Windows is reg, and that's for interacting with registry, like querying and changing keys without using reg.exe on the target. So there's actually multiple flavors of Meterpreter. There's the best one you can get is the native Meterpreter. That's basically a native binary that runs on the target platform. But and as is the case with our target, what we will actually get is a Java-based Meterpreter. And so just keep that in mind. Not all of the commands are supported in all of the types of Meterpreter sessions. So, but you can always do help and check what commands are supported by your session. And with the load tag L or -L will list all of the available modules that you can load. Another thing worth mentioning is the post-exploitation modules. Again, the naming is sort of modular, so you will have post and then slash, usually platform like operating system, and then type of post-exploitation module, and then the module name itself. And the type could be capture, gather, manage, escalate, recon, WLAN. So all the different things that you can do once you have an active session on the target. So gather is for information gathering, so that will be things like dumping password hashes or things like that. And recon is just gaining more information about the host, etc. Escalation for privilege escalations. So it's just good to understand the types when you look at the module name. There's 3 different ways to run post modules. I just usually do as approach it the way you would execute any other module. So from Metasploit command, Metasploit prompt, you will do use and then the module name. Most of the, if not all, post modules will have a session parameter that basically tells you on which active session to execute this post exploitation module. So again, this is not the exploit itself. It's like you need to be already connected to the target, and it's running things on the target. So they usually apply to an active session. So you do use module, you set session, set any other parameters, do run, and that's how you run them. You can also do run it through sessions with the sessions-s and then the module name, and then give it a session ID with -i. I rarely do that, but also from within, when you're interacting with an active session, with an active Meterpreter session, you can also do run and then the module name, and it will run that module for this specific active session. You can list modules just to check what they are. Some of the interesting ones are listed on the slide. So a lot of them are applicable to Linux. A lot of them are applicable to Windows. There's some that are applicable to multiple platforms. So the SSH credential gathering one, it will you can run it on multiple platforms. So check them out. You can search for more post modules, obviously, as well. An interesting feature, I don't know if you ever will need to use it, but if for whatever reason you're trying to understand what the module does and it's important and you cannot get it from the description, once you load the module with the use command, like use module name, you can then use edit command, and it will actually open up your default editor and open up the source code for that module in the default editor. So that allows you to do 2 things. One is you can manually review how it works. And by the way, Metasploit is written in Ruby, and so majority of the modules are going to be Ruby-based. But also, if you want to change any of the behavior of a Metasploit module, you can update it in that editor. But then once you exit, you need to run reload command to kind of reload that module. All right. So with that, we're getting to session 4, and we're basically, lab 4. So lab 4 is essentially interacting with that new session that we've created. So if you have Meterpreter session, use that. If you don't, use that command to upgrade session to Meterpreter session. So if you've used the JSP upload exploit, do that first. And then there's several things we're going to do. We're going to enumerate users on the compromised host. So go back and review that list of post modules and pick the one that will enumerate users, run that. Then use search command to find the second flag. We have first flag already. That's in the home directory of the user that we've exploited. Find the second flag. It's hidden somewhere in the file system. Just see the pattern of the name in the first flag and find the second one. List processes. If you still have time, check other interesting post-exploitation modules. All right. With that, we're gonna... No, can we keep the slide for now, please?
Oh, sorry. I actually asked her to change it for just one second.
Sorry. There.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Just for people who got the shell Java Linux session, if you go sessions, upgrade, and then whatever the number is, it should change that into a Meterpreter session or give you a new session that will upgrade it. And you can see here I got a brand new Meterpreter session, and in just a moment it's going to say that the session's ready to go.
Perfect.
But remember, until you have this information here, it's not finished loading. So just give it a minute to actually load up entirely.
All right. So we're going to do 10 minutes, see where we are.
There we go. There's session 5. So now I have a fully fledged native Meterpreter here. You can see that it's x86 rather than Java. All right, we can switch back to the other slide now.
Going to use this time to catch up with Lab 4. Dan, did we cover that after search you can do using the the number of the search result?
It was mentioned briefly in chat, but I don't think we actually said it on the presentation here. So do you want to go over that real?
Maybe it's, I don't know, will there be? No, there won't be. Okay. Yeah, let's do that.
All right.
Do you want to demonstrate?
Karina, do you mind switching back to my screen real quick here?
That's a useful shortcut. That took me too long to learn.
So what Amiran's talking about is when we do a search for, say, Tomcat, we get a lot of different results, but each one has a number at the beginning here. Instead of going through and copying and pasting the whole string, what you can actually do is just say, I want to use the, let's say, 20-second result. And it will load that up without having to type in that entire string. It's really useful, especially if you don't have a mouse or if you're going through a console that you can't copy and paste on. All right, I think we can go back to the slide there. Thanks.
All right, 10 minutes is done. Dan?
Everyone ready to go? Do we have any questions before we go forward here? All right. What were the flags on this one? Ready to go. All right. Good to hear. One thing did come up in the YouTube comments here. Someone mentioned that you can also use tabbing with use. So if you ever know part of what you're looking for, let's say we want to post exploit module on Linux that gathers something, but we don't know what, you can just double tap tab. You can actually get a list of all the possibilities in that folder, I guess, or under that subheading. So for instance, we could use enum system. And I've got a few sessions to choose from right now, but I'm just going to use my #1 session. And we can see it pulled a bunch of information back here. Amiran, which module are you using to enumerate users?
And you think I remember?
Well, it's not in the notes here, so that's why I'm asking if there was a specific one you were looking for.
Let me check.
Because the way I'm going to do it is just going to pull out that password file.
Sure, let's do that. I think I listed... no, I didn't.
Nope.
So there's also enum users history, but I can't remember what that does. Oh no, sorry, that's yeah, that's command prompt history.
Okay, so we're gonna look at our sessions here. We're gonna use sessions. And we're gonna interact with number 1 again. And again, only reason I have multiple sessions here is because I did all of the exploits instead of just one. You only need one of these sessions. And if we go to etc, we can cat out that password file. And there's our list of users here. We could also go to a shell, do the same thing. Now it's really important that when you open the shell, you're in a sub process here, so you can type exit to exit the shell. But if you type exit at the Meterpreter, you're going to lose your session. And if you've ever made that mistake, it's not so fun to have to go through an entire exploit chain to re-establish that connection. Now we're going to do a search real quick for anything, any file labeled flag. Oh, that is because I changed the folder that we were in. Remember which folder it's in? Is it opt? Whatever.
Just search, yeah. Search also has where to start the search flag. You're not in the session.
Ah, well, that would do it then, wouldn't it? So yeah, search on. So just ignore everything I just did there. Clear wipes away all the history. So we're going to go back into our session. And here we're going to do a search. We're going to look for files that start with flag. There we go. So I had to go back to the main directory because I had changed mine since I started the session. But we can see that there's one flag in Tomcat, opt Tomcat flag 1. There's another one over here in users share flag bash 2. So the first thing we're going to do is go over here, back to opt Tomcat. Going to take a look, ls, just like Linux, and we'll do flag 1. And cat works just like it does in Linux, except right now it's going through Meterpreter. So all that's happening is Meterpreter is going to open up that file and send the contents to us. So there's our flag number 1. And again, we have the other file here, user share doc bash flag 2. So we'll cd over there. And we'll cat out flag 2. And there's flag number 2. I think that was all that we needed for this lab, right? Yeah. You can also poke around some of the other options there. We'll background this, but you can look for, say, hash dump. Look for, well, we're looking for a post-exploitation module called hash dump. And we see we have this one here. So we'll use number 3. We'll set the session to session 1. Run that. But we can see we're not root right now, so we're not going to be able to get those hashes. We look at our sessions again. You can see that I'm running as the user daemon, which does not have access to read the shadow file. So we're not going to be able to hash dump. Is everyone okay with that? Any questions? I can see that we've got a good number of people on the 4th flag already, or lab 4 flag rather.
All right, do we need 5-minute break?
I don't know about anyone else, but I'm going to take a 5-minute break here, I think. Act 4 Barbecue, you've been on Lab 5 for the last half hour here, so I think you might be slightly ahead of everybody else at the moment.
Okay, let's do a break because the next module is probably the most important one, or the most important one for me, and it's about pivoting. So we'll do a 5-minute break. I'm going to set up a timer, and we'll be back. And if you need to catch up on Lab 4, do that. And if not, then just grab some more coffee.
See you soon, guys.
All right. Yeah, can we get the slide up? Thank you. Perfect. So this lab was about interacting with Meterpreter. We did search. We explored some of the post-exploitation modules. And if you use the JSP upload exploit initially, you had a chance to upgrade your session to Meterpreter. So now let's talk about pivoting options. So this is another area in my mind, together with the Meterpreter, where Metasploit really shines, is the pivoting capabilities. There's essentially, at least what we're going to cover today, there's two options for pivoting. One is port forwarding and another one is routing. And so let's start with port forwarding. And I mean, you can use them both. Some are better in certain situations, but ultimately it's up to you to decide what's more convenient. So we're going to talk about the differences. What port forwarding is essentially, it's very similar to SSH port forwarding, but works through a Meterpreter session. So when you interact with the Meterpreter session, you can set up either forward or reverse port forwarding, which allows you to forward traffic for one single port through that active Meterpreter session. So you can either, the forward port forwarding is, you can either open a port on your local machine and get the tools to connect to that port and forward that connection to anything that's accessible from your target. And reverse port forwarding allows you to open a port on your target machine and accept connections from the network that the target is connected to, and then forward that traffic back to some process on your machine. All of that is done using port fwd command. That's a command for Meterpreter, so you need to be in an active session to run that command. You do basically you add port forwards with add, you delete port forwards with delete, and you can also list and flush, and flush is deleting all of the existing port forwards. To give you a little bit of visual is, and so this picture kind of describes the regular port forwarding. So when you do port fwd add, you specify a number of flags. So for forward port forwarding, we're going to be listening here on a port on our local attacker machine. And then if anybody connects, we're going to forward that connection through the target, through the compromised host, to a different machine that the compromised host has access to on their local network. And so the flags for the port fwd add are --L allows you to specify an IP address on your attacker machine where to listen to that port. This is very useful if you only want to listen on localhost and not expose that forwarded port to anything else on your local network. --L specifies the port number to listen to. So the uppercase L is not required, but the lowercase l is required to set up port forwarding. And then the lowercase r specifies a host to connect to from the from the target machine, and the -P specifies the port number to connect to from the attacker machine. This -R can be IP address of the host. You can even specify 127.0.0.1, which will be interpreted on the target. So it's going to be essentially a local connection. That could be useful if there's a local firewall or a firewall in front of the target machine, or for whatever reason you want to connect to another service that's not directly accessible from your attacker machine. but you can connect to it essentially locally using port forwarding. And the P is kind of self-explanatory. It's just the port number. So now what this does is once you've set up port forwarding, you can now either use tools within Metasploit or use tools outside of Metasploit to connect to that local port that you've opened and pass the traffic to the target network. So this is just demonstration. We need to be interacting with an active session for port forwarding. -H works as usual, giving you help. And there's a list of options that you specify. Now, I find that this list of options, the help, is very confusing because it tries to describe both regular and reverse port forwarding. And they're reusing the options for both. So the trick that I use here to kind of understand how it works is if you want to do regular port forwarding, don't even read the part of the help that's applicable to reverse port forwarding. So here, as an example, the -L option, I'll just read this part and completely ignore this part because that's going to be confusing for me. Probably forward port forwarding or regular port forwarding is the one that you'll use most often. If you want to set up the reverse, you're going to use -R. And as I said, the flags are reused, but you basically read the description after the reverse semicolon for those. So that was the first option. And again, you set up port forwarding. It's a single port that you can forward from your local machine to any machine that's accessible from your target machine that you have active session on. And you can use both modules within Metasploit to use that forwarding, or you can use any tools outside of Metasploit and connect to that local port that you've opened, that you've forwarded. The other pivoting technique is traffic routing. So this allows you to send all the traffic used by the Metasploit modules through that connection. So you don't need to specify one-by-one forwarded ports. You basically can use that target host in which you have an active session to forward any traffic as if you were connecting to their local network directly. So the way you do this is two ways. You can manually add routes using the route command. So route add will add that route. You need to specify a subnet and net mask, and that's subnet and net mask accessible from your target machine. And you need to specify the session ID, and that's the session ID through which to try to forward that traffic. So once you've added that, you can remove, or you can do route flush if you want to remove those routes. Flush will remove all the routes and just clean everything. And you can do route print to display all the active routes. So that subnet net mask, you can specify them directly or in CIDR notations. You can do like IP address /24 or whatever net mask there is, but you always need to specify the session because that's through that session the traffic will be routed. So that's the manual way. There's also a module called AutoRoute, and that's basically what it does is it explores, it identifies the local networks that your target, your active session is connected to, and automatically adds routes to those networks. That works fine. I know Dan doesn't like that. He's had some issues with it previously. Generally, I try to use AutoRoute if something's, and then I would do route print. If something's wrong, I'll just flush the routes and add them manually.
Yeah, the issues that I've had with the AutoRoute is if you have a target that has multiple interfaces and some of them might share the same IP addresses that you're using, or the same ranges that you're using on other Meterpreters, you can get some conflicts, and then all of a sudden you're attacking the wrong host when you're running an exploit or something like that. So maybe not so much of an option or so much of an issue in CTFs, but in real world pen tests, that can be a serious problem.
I think that's fair. So again, what routing does, regardless of how you add those routes, is it routes traffic from Metasploit modules through that active session, which means that, at least by default, any tools outside of Metasploit are not going to be using that routing. It's a Metasploit concept, that routing. And so whereas with port forwarding, although it's one single port, but once you establish that, you can use tools outside of Metasploit to take advantage of that port forwarding. Now, there is a way to actually use Metasploit routing outside of Metasploit. The trick is there is a module that creates a SOX proxy that you can run in Metasploit. And once you do that, you basically, if you can tell outside tools to use that SOX proxy will forward traffic through Metasploit using the routing that's defined in Metasploit. So the steps here would be, you have an active session, you establish routing in Metasploit, you run SOX proxy, and usually you will run it in background mode, so you're not stuck in that proxy thing. And then you go outside, you configure your tool either through proxy chains or directly to use SOX proxy and point it to your local IP address and the port number that you specified or that was default. And then those tools, when they connect to the SOX proxy, that traffic is going to be routed according to the routing defined within your Metasploit session. So once you run SOX proxy, I highly recommend always setting for port forwarding and for SOX proxy to always setting that host to listen to your local host, so that you're not exposing machines on the target network to other machines on the network that you're connected to.
And again, to reiterate, on a real-world pen test, if you don't do this, that can be a major violation. You might even have to report that to a client if you have accidentally exposed a proxy into their network to another network.
Yep. All right. So with that, we're going to do lab 5. Now, this lab is huge because we're going to pivot through the existing session and find a different, well, actually, the finding part is broken, but we're giving you IP address of a different host on the network that's accessible from our existing target. We're going to do port scanning of that host, so that this is the IP address that we're going to be targeting. We configure routing, we port scan this IP address through this routing, we identify the service, we find the version number of that service, we identify potential exploit, we exploit the new host. So this first part is getting an active session on a different host that's only accessible from that initial target that we already have an active session on. And then the second part is escalating your privileges from that second target to the root of the VM. Then I'm thinking we're going to do at least 15 minutes for the first part, and then do the kind of the pivoting walkthrough, and then do another 15, maybe even 20 minutes for Privask, and then do the Privask walkthrough.
Nope. Other slides, though.
Okay, so if you have questions, ask them. If not, this is lab 5. So I'm gonna set a timer for 15 minutes, and we'll be back with the walkthrough.
If you're stuck on any particular point, do ask in channel here. We can give a few pointers to get you forward if we need to.
Yep.
Suppose we should point out that the, did you already point out that the ping scanner, ping sweep is broken on there?
No, yeah. So the second bullet point is broken, so you won't be able to do ping sweep through the active session. So we're giving you the IP address of the other host, but I don't know. I can show. I fixed it on my VM. I can show how that works as part of the walkthrough of the first part.
Yeah. Okay, guys, so we're just going to demonstrate the route real quick here, just to make sure nobody's stuck on this initial part. So we have our session. Again, most people should only have the one. But we know if we go into the session that we have certain IP ranges in here, including this 172.170.2. What we want to do is make sure that we can scan the rest of that IP range while we're still outside of that, because this is an internal network. Obviously, we can't connect to it directly. So what we're going to do is we're going to add a route, the 172.170.0/24, meaning that so long as the first 3 digits here are the same, it will route through this. And we're going to route that into session 1. Once we've done that, we can use the port scan TCP, because remember, Nmap isn't going to work through this. It doesn't go through the through Metasploit's routing. So we're on port.
That's a good point. Even DB Nmap doesn't work through routing, because it in the background it runs Nmap and just imports the results afterwards.
Yeah, there are ways you can get Nmap to go through it, but DB Nmap never will. It just isn't going to work properly the way Metasploit's set up. But we have our options here. We're going to set our hosts for the 172.170.0/24 subnet. So this is the same one that we just routed here. And we're going to set, we can do the first 10,000 ports, but for that range, that's going to take a little while. So we're going to cheat a little bit and look at some of the most common ones. We'll look at SSH, we'll look at HTTP, HTTPS, maybe say Windows RPC, things that we're highly likely to find there. Maybe 8080 again, 49009 like we found on the first ones. And then we can run that. Now it's going to take a moment or two to come back here. I'm actually going to cancel this real quick. I'm going to change the R host to 172.170.3 because I know that host is on the network here. The reason I know it's there, again, ping sweep is what we would normally use, and I'll show that in a second, but unfortunately it's not working right now. But I know that this is the host that we're looking for. So we can run this again. That's less than ideal. Probably should have tested this before demoing it. Oh, you know what? This is the same issue I was having earlier. Okay. New plan. So again, I have multiple sessions open. I want to demo something real quick. I'm going to flush the routing that I did earlier. And instead of routing it through session 1, which is a Java Linux Meterpreter, I'm going to actually route it through session 5, which is a x86 Linux native Meterpreter. Yeah, okay, so we're routed here. So I'm going to run this again, and my guess is it's going to come back almost immediately properly. So the Java Meterpreter doesn't always work properly. If you can migrate to a native one, it works much better. And I'm going to demo that for you real quick here. So open up a different window.
By the way, it's weird, but it worked fine for me through the Java Meterpreter, but I guess it's hit and miss.
Yeah, it works for me. It worked for me at other times, but I was having routing issues on this one. So if you are having routing issues, you need to follow this. So we're going to use MSF Venom. I'm going to set the payload to a Linux Meterpreter. reverse TCP. We're going to set the L host to our Kali computer, which in my case is 10.0.2.15. I'm going to set the L port to 4444. We're going to set the payload type. What am I looking at? Format. The -F to an ELF. And I'm just going to call it MET. What this is going to do is generate a binary, a Linux binary that we can upload to the target. And it works even better if I tell it an actual payload name. So Linux needs to have the x86 in there for the proper, for the full name of the payload. So if I take a look at Met real quick, I've got a 207 byte file that is a fully executable Linux, fully working or fully executable Linux binary. So we can upload this and run it on a remote host. So now that we have this, I'm going to copy this command into Discord chat real quick here, just so everyone can see it easy.
I was
going to go back into, sorry?
I was just going to say.
Yeah, just making sure everyone's on the page. Just make sure that you change that L host to whatever it needs to be. And that was the other problem I was having with the auto routing, is it kills the Meterpreter session. So.
It does?
Oh, just did. I did too. I'm sorry. Nobody saw that. Nobody saw that little typo twice. So I'm going to go back into Meterpreter now, and I'm going to go to the exploit multi-handler. This is what we can use to catch Meterpreter sessions that are connecting back to us. So again, we take a look at the options. Right now, we can see that the payload is set to generic shell reverse TCP. We want to make sure that it matches the payload that we've set, which is Linux x86 Meterpreter reverse TCP. So we'll set the payload to Linux x86 Meterpreter reverse TCP. We're going to set the L host to 10.0.2.15. Now, Metasploit will typically figure this one out by itself, but just to make it a little bit easier on ourselves, we're going to make sure it's there. And we notice that we also set the L port to 4444 already, so that is already correct. So I'm going to run this, but I'm going to put it in the background with the -J at the end there. So that way the exploit or the handler is going to run in the background, and we can keep doing other stuff in Metasploit. So we're going to go back into our sessions here. We're going to choose that Java session that I have, number 4. And we're going to check the current directory we're in. That's fine. What I'm going to do is upload from my home directory the Met file that I created with MSF Venom. And you can see here, that's where I am right now. This is the file I created. So I'm going to upload Met. And just change mod work in here? No. So I got to go into a shell session now. Ignore the change mod. And the shell should take a moment here to come up. There we go. So you can see the folder I'm in. You can see the Met. And we can see that Met is not currently executable. So we're going to change mod that, make it executable. And if we look again at Met, now it's executable. We can start up Met. And we can see we immediately got a connection back. We're sending the Meterpreter to the next, or to Met. And in just a moment here, it should say that we have a new session created. There we go. Now, this is very important. You want to do a Control Z here, because this Meterpreter has to keep running or we lose our shell, or we lose our Meterpreter. So Control Z, background channel 2, yes. And again, we do BG to get back to Meterpreter, Metasploit itself. And if we check our sessions, now we have a proper native running Meterpreter. Now, I know that was a lot to throw at you really quick, but hopefully that helps anyone else that was having issues with the routing. And again, we can flush out the route. And I'll route add 172.170.0/24. And we'll add that to session 5 again. Meterpreter, Metasploit, why? Oh, sorry.
Flush.
Want to delete 5, want it on 6. No, it just wanted me to do it explicitly, apparently. There we go.
Oh, flush didn't work. Interesting.
No, flush did not work for some reason, so if you need to manually delete it, do that. But now it's working properly. We're not getting any error messages. This, not entirely certain what happened there and why that came up, but again, I know that was a lot to throw at you, but if anyone has any problems with that, just let us know. And if routing worked fine for you through the Java Meterpreter, you can ignore everything I just said.
Yeah, so the routing through Java Meterpreter worked fine for me. That's the first thing you should check. Try the route add or try the auto route if you want. Both should work. And if not, then the MSF Venom is still there. Okay, we're going to take another 10 minutes and then walk through the exploit part.
All right, guys, we're going to try going through the exploit now. Now, as most of you have probably found by this point, there is a HTTP server open on 172.17.0.3. So I'm just going to show that real quick. 172.17.0.3. Ports on 80. And again, I've already done my routing, so I am routing through correctly to this target now. And there we go. So we have port 80 open on 1703. So what I can also do, instead of using nmap, because obviously we're not able to route right now, what I can use HTTP version. I'll set the R hosts. I already set the R hosts to 172.17.0.3. Remote port is 80. I can run that. It's going to take a moment or two to come back here. But once it does, we should see what version and what type of server is being run here. There we go. So we have an Apache version 2.4.49. Now, anybody who's been paying attention to the news in the last couple of months here will probably recognize that version number. And if you look online, you'll find results for CVE CVE 2021 41773, and there's actually a complementary one as well. But if we do just a search for that CVE, we can see that there are actually 2 modules that are applicable to this CVE. We're going to go straight to the exploit on this one because I know it does actually work. So we're going to use 0. And this is a problem in Apache that they found in 2 particular versions that were released. And it actually allows you to run to gain a shell just by connecting to the HTTP server. You don't have to have authentication. You don't have to have anything. So long as you can connect to it, you have access to this. It's a really big problem, so anyone who's running this version, you should really go out there and update pretty quickly. But if we take a look at the options, we've got our normal stuff here. We've got 2 different possible CVEs that we're going to use. We're going to leave it on the default for now. But you have CVE 2021, 41773, and 42013. We're going to leave it on the 42013 for now. So we're going to set our R hosts to 172.17.0.3. We're going to set our remote port to port 80. And you can see at the moment that SSL is actually enabled. We need to disable that because this is a non-encrypted port. Now the payload that I have set is Linux x64 Meterpreter reverse TCP. That should work just fine, but you could probably set it to x86 if you're worried about that. We're going to set the L host, and again, this is going to change depending on what your system is, but on mine it is 10.0.2.15, and this is the IP address of your Kali install, not the target. So that should be all configured properly now. I think there is one thing that we're missing, though, isn't there? No, that should work.
That should be fine, yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes if you have a CGI, I think do you have to have a CGI for this one, or does it just have to be the CGI?
For remote code execution, the CGI directory has to be configured. You don't need any scripts in there.
Okay. And this is a default on a lot of installations out there,
yeah,
which is why this was such a big problem when it came out. But we've got all of our settings here. We're going to run this. It's running the check. I didn't need to run the check. Probably should have disabled that, but it tells us that we are indeed vulnerable to that. So we're just waiting for the next part of this exploit. Sending the payload. And we've got a stage going through now. That's good. And in just a moment, it should give us a new session. There we go. Just waiting for the Meterpreter prompt. There we go. You'll notice that it did tell us that we may have a file left behind on the operating system, or on the target system, rather. And if we go in here, we can actually look at that. And yes, we did actually leave a file behind here. And that just happens to be how this particular exploit works in Metasploit. So we could remove that if we wanted to be more stealthy with what we're doing. But we've already touched the disk. All right. So now we can check again. We are indeed on a new system. It's 172.17.0.3. We go to the background, we check our sessions. We can see we are actually root on this new machine. However, if we check container check. What is the payload for that one? I forgot the name.
Do container space check. Should find it. Or search container space check. There we go. Check container. All one.
Oh, yeah, well, there we go. So we'll use 0 here. Show our options, just needs the session. The session number is 7. Now, if we run this, we appear to be in a Docker container. So we're going to give you a little bit of time to figure out the next step here. If you look on the slide, I believe, get a little bit of hint there. Yeah, there's a hint at the bottom of the Lab 5 slide. And Karina, you can go back to the slides now. And on the bottom there, it's talking about file system mounts, which is a really, really good hint. And also, do not bother trying any kind of curl exploits or anything like that. It will not work.
All right, so we'll pause for 10 minutes and come back with the rest of the walkthrough.
Don't forget to look for that flag on the way as well.
I see people still struggling with the Prevask. It's a tricky one. Don't worry. We're going to do a walkthrough for that as well. You don't just Metasploit is not enough for this one. So, but if there's any questions about any previous steps, we're still in Discord. Ask them. We'll help you out.
All right, guys. We're going to go through the final bit here. We're almost out of time, so I'm going to be a little quick on this one. Not too quick. So we have our sessions up here. And again, we have our root session in a Docker container on the .03 or 0.3 container. And if we, do we have show mount? I think show mount is, no, not supported. Okay, never mind. If we go into a shell here, this is the normal Linux shell. No, I guess we have a little extra time on this one. So if we go in here and we look at our mounts, our mount command, you can see there's a number of different file systems loaded, but the one that we're really interested in here is this one. We've got a run docker.sock. Now .sock, if you're not familiar with the Linux, is often used as a suffix for Unix sockets. And they're kind of like normal TCP sockets, except they only work on the same system that you're on. So you can kind of treat them, if you're familiar with Windows, they're kind of like named pipes, except they only work on a local Unix. Now, the Docker sock, that's kind of an indicator that we might have access to the Docker daemon itself, which we really should not within a container. That's a huge security risk. And if we exit out of the shell real quick, we can look for Docker socket. And we can see that we actually have an exploit here. But it looks like it's only going to work with TCP. So utilizing Docker via unprotected TCP socket. So what we have to do is find some way to connect this TCP to the Unix socket that's on this target here. So what we're going to do is go interactive on 7 again. We're going to go back into a shell. And there's a little tool called SOCAT, S-O-C-A-T. And again, we're going to look for that Docker. It is run Docker sock. So what we're going to do is we're going to take SOCAT. We're going to forward a TCP listen, I think it is.
Yep.
We're going to listen on a TCP socket. It doesn't really matter what port we give it because we can always change it, but the default is 2375. So SOCAT listen, TCP listen 2375. We're going to add the fork command after it, just so we have multiple connection attempts available. On the next side, we're going to make it Unix, and we're going to go to run docker.sock. So what this is doing is going to listen on TCP port 2375. It's going to create a multiple connections, or it's going to allow us to connect multiple times, and it's going to route all the connections into this Unix socket. We hit enter there. Yep, no hup would be better as well. But now that we've done that, that program is running. We don't want that to end, or we're going to lose our forward here. So we're going to do Control-Z. We're going to say, yes, we want to background that channel. Then we want to go background on the Meterpreter as well. We want to find our Docker socket exploit. And we're going to use 0. Take a look at the options in here real quick. Again, our payload options are the same as they've always been. We're going to leave it at whatever our Kali IP address is. The local port doesn't really matter, but we're going to leave it on 4444. I changed my port here, so I'm going to take that port back in a second. And it's giving us a number of options here. Luckily for us, all of the defaults are going to be fine. We don't have to change anything except for our hosts and our port. So I need to change my R port back to the 2375, and that's what I was forwarding with SOCAT. And I'm going to get the R host as 172.1703. Now, we're all ready to go except for one issue. That IP address, oh, well, wait a second.
No, it should be fine as long as you have routing.
Yeah. So we've exposed that TCP port on all the interfaces for the target. So we don't need to worry about routing or anything like that. Although I think I just flushed my route. Yes, I did. So I'm just going to add my route back here. And that was going through, I think it was 6, wasn't it? We'll say 6. So you should not need to do this because you probably didn't flush your routes, whereas I just did. So once again, we have everything set up. Our host set up properly. Our port is set up properly. We got our local Kali machine IP address. We got the port. We're going to run this. And this is going to take a minute or two to go through. And what's happening here is it's actually using that Docker socket to deploy a new Docker container that's going to give us full access to the target. So there it's created a new container for us. In just a moment, it's going to deploy. All right, so the new container is deployed. We're looking, what it's done now is created a cron job using its file system access. Remember, when a Docker container is created, it has whatever access you give it. So when you expose, say, a root folder or something like that, you can have full access to the host system. Since we have access to the Docker socket, we can control exactly how we want to configure a new container. And in this case, we've just given that container full access to the host system. And there we go. We've got a stage going in now. And in just a moment, we should see a Meterpreter session. And this one even cleans up after itself. There we go. Meterpreter session 9 opened. And if we go to the background real quick, we'll take a look at our sessions. And we see we've got root at Gibson. One fully exploited machine. And there we go. Now, who's having some issues with this one? You got to know the Docker exploit. Yes, you do. And to be fair, this one, again, it's not really an exploit in Docker so much as it is a misconfiguration on the container. This shouldn't be, like, you should never have Docker being controlled by a container. That's a big security flaw.
All right, so I just wanted to do a quick overview of what we've done so far. So we used routing to forward traffic through that initial target. So you could do it through autoroute or just manually add routes through existing session. We didn't do this. We can probably do a quick demo. Ping sweep works, but you need to have ping command installed on the target, which in the first container that we ended up in is not. So we did port scan through the initial target of a machine on the same network, different machine on the same network. We found open port. We found that it's running Apache. We found the version number of Apache. We found exploit for that version number. We've exploited Apache, ended up in the second container. And the second container had Docker socket mounted in it. If you check Docker documentation, it's a fairly well-known fact. Essentially, if you have access to Docker, it's basically the same as having root access to the host. So when you mount a Docker socket into the container, so Docker is using Docker socket to receive API calls. This is how like the CLI tool Docker talks to the Docker daemon is through that Docker socket. And so access to Docker socket essentially is the same as access to Docker itself. And because that socket was mounted within the container, we were able to use the Docker exploit to escalate our privileges. We had to do a little bit of trick because that exploit, the way it works in Metasploit, it basically expects to connect to the Docker daemon through a TCP connection. We didn't have that. We had just access to the socket file, but we used SOCAT to open a port on the second target to pipe that connection back to the Docker sock file, and then we used the module to connect to that open port and do the exploit. It takes a bit of time because it basically creates a new container, schedules a job within the container, and within a minute the job is executed, and that's what gets you a session back. So the last session that we got is on the host itself as the root user. You can find the flag 4 in the root's home directory. There's actually a bonus flag that we're not going to go through. So think about where we haven't been yet. So as an outline, we have the VM itself. It's run. That's the last session where we are. We're running 2 containers in that VM. The first container is what's exposed to the outside world. That's the Tomcat service and the JMX. The second container is running that Apache in vulnerable configuration. So we've basically jumped to the first container, then to the second container, from the second container to the host. And so think about where we haven't been yet, or you can just do a brute force search and you'll find the lost flag. That's the bonus, and that's the overview. What I want to do first, we've been told there's another 30 minutes we can use, so we want to cover a little bit of the database. But before that, if anybody needs to drop off, that's fine. I wanted to mention that Dan and I are part of the organizing committee for DEF CON group DC 604. It's local here in Vancouver, BC, but we're running virtual meetups every month. So if you're interested, we try to do workshops. It's not always workshops. Sometimes we have talks, but it's essentially vendor agnostic. It's people from the community who come and talk and present on topics that they're interested in. And so we're facilitating essentially knowledge sharing across the community of local hackers. Check us out if you want to join us. We've got a meetup next week. We're going to be doing a walkthrough of GitLab CTF. It's going to be quite fun. I'm quite excited about that. So it's next Thursday, but check our meetup page, see if you want to join. With that, I think our content is done. We're going to stick around in Discord for a little bit, and then maybe we can go through the what did we end up in database with based on all the stuff that we ran today throughout the labs.
Definitely. Karine, if we get the screen back, perfect. So we're going to take a look at the different hosts that we saw. All the tools that we were using, anytime it encounters a host, it's going to end up in this list here. So we can see this was our first target that we went after. These are the internal IP addresses for those containers. We can also take a look at the different services that we collected along the way. We found that port 8080 for 49009 and port 80 on the different IP addresses. We can take out look at some of the loot that we may have collected along the way. So you can see here I did an enumeration on the Linux system at one point, and I collected information about the users, installed packages, the version, disk info, and all of those end up in folders on our local Kali machine. Take a look at any notes. So these are different things that are collected, again, along the way. Sometimes you can find some useful clues in here if you have to go back and figure out, you know, what's more information I can look at here, how did it determine this was the version, things like that. You can take a look at the vulns. So these are the vulnerabilities that we used. We got the Tomcat manager, the authenticated upload, we had the Tomcat RCE from the JSP bypass, and we had the Apache traversal. And I think we had, doesn't actually show the RMI in there.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah, it should have been in there. The Java RMI JMX should have been in there as well, but I guess not.
Yeah.
Or maybe, oh, it probably came back as a generic payload handler.
No, that was probably when you did the MSF Venom and upgraded the session.
Weird. And then finally, our Docker exploit. So those of you who are doing reports and things like that, if you're keeping track of which exploits you're using, this can be really useful for exporting things. Make your reports just a little bit easier. And we can also take a look at any creds we might have collected along the way. This one, we didn't use any credentials. It was all exploits and misconfigurations, so nothing to worry about there. The enumeration.
But didn't you do that scan of like Tomcat manager brute forcing? It should be there. I don't know why it was lost.
I'm not entirely certain. As great as Metasploit is, there are some weird quirks to it sometimes. I've had sometimes where some things just don't get collected into the database after I run them. It's especially confusing and especially annoying after you do a really large port scan or something like that, and you find out that you've only collected maybe a quarter of the actual results. Then you go through and you try to figure out, you know, where are all my hosts, what just happened here? I just saw a whole ton of stuff go past the screen, and there's like 3 things in my database.
Yeah.
But for the most part, it's actually pretty good. Now, while we are here anyway, does anybody have any more questions?
So
we have extra time here, so.
We have 3 people who completed all of them, including the bonus flag. So the bonus flag, there's a little bit of a cheat way of finding it. If you search the host itself, you'll find it, but it's actually in the Tomcat container. So when we got access to the initial container, we had access as daemon, as user daemon, and user daemon doesn't have access to the 5th flag. But if you now having access to the host, you can exec into that container as root and find the flag that's in root's home folder. But because it's a container, it's essentially a process, an isolated process that's running on the host. You can find the flag lying around on the host's file system that's kind of related, mounted into the container. So I don't know if you guys found it that way or did the proper jump into the container thing. All right. Thanks, everyone. I guess that's all we had for today. I can stick around for another 20 minutes or so in Discord. If you are still working in the machine, need some help, feel free to ask questions. I'll check it later in the evening as well, just in case. So if you have questions, let us know. Or you can also just ping us directly in Discord.
Yeah. I'll be there as well, just as soon as I grab some breakfast, since I've been up doing this since 6 a.m. Take care, everybody.
Thanks.